the Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting will begin soon. Please wait. While you're at it, visit hccs.edu/apply to apply for classes. Thanks.
The Committee of the Whole meeting for August 16th, 2023 will now come to order at
2:15 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve item A to ratify the adoption of Board Self-Assessment Instrument for 2022-23?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, there's no discussion, so we're now ready to vote to approve the item.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
There a motion to approve item B to ratify adoption of the Chancellor's Performance Evaluation Instrument for 2022 to 2023. Is there a
Second.
second? Second. It has been moved in second. We are now ready to vote on item B.
Madam Chair, this is just the instrument itself, correct?
Correct.
That's yes for me. Sharon?
Received. Voting has concluded. Trustee Glazier, I didn't have the opening block. Would you like to vote on that item? Okay, received.
Okay. This meeting of the Committee of the Whole,
If I could, Madam
Oh, I'm
Chair, too.
so
That's
sorry.
okay, that's okay.
I'm jumping the gun.
The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. This meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is now adjourned to closed session at
2:18 p.m.
For those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link. open portion of this meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees has reconvened at,
3:50 p.m.
for the purpose of public record, item C, we done that, Board Assessment for 2022 to 2023, and item D, Chancellor Performance Evaluation for 2022-2023 were conducted in closed session today. We would like to express our appreciation to Dr. Joy Gates Black with the Association for Community College Trustees for facilitating the board assessment and the Chancellor evaluation today. We greatly appreciate your guidance, Dr. Joy Black, in this process. Is there a motion to approve? Some comments? Oh, no, okay. Is there a motion to approve item E? Approve FY 2023 Budget Amendment Number 1 for operating budget and plan to transfer and reallocate FY 2023 operating funds up to $21.5 million?
So moved.
Is there a
So
second?
moved.
Okay, second.
I'll second. If she moves.
Okay, okay. It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion. Is there any discussion on this item? No questions? Chancellor Maldonado will present it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, we're asking for your approval of transferring funds from the current year operating budget into capital projects that include $8 million for IT enhancements, the $5 million for safety and security, and $3.5 million allocated to website development and upgrade, plus $5 million for deferred maintenance. These are all items that have been discussed with the board before. I think the deferred maintenance, the board understands very well. I don't think we brought up the $5 million transfer. This is the first time that we've discussed moving $5 million from the current budget. We've been moving $5 million from the fund balance in the past. So here, we're taking a proactive step to move it before these funds roll over into fund balance. That leaves, after doing those transfers, that leaves an approximate, Marshall, what's the balance left that is projected to roll into fund balance after these transfers?
A little over 10 million.
Sorry?
A little over 10 million.
A little over 10 million. So after making these transfers, there's still an increase in fund balance of approximately 10 million. Be glad to answer any questions the trustees have on this recommendation.
Again, are there any questions? If there are no questions.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
So, so after, let's say that we approve this 21 million, and then, so we have 10, let me understand it correctly. So then we're gonna have 10 going in, and what is our balance before this? What's our balance now?
Yes, please.
So this kind of walks you through, down at the very bottom section, it shows as the Chancellor went through $3.5 million for website redesign, $5 million for safety and security. And what that is, as part of our safety and security, what's estimated to be somewhere between $10 and $20 million that we have to comply with under the new state guidelines. And we'll talk more about that in the future. And working with Bob McCracken and his team on that, and Ashley as well. IT network infrastructure is for switches that need to be replaced or past useful life, approaching end of serviceable life, and then the deferred maintenance. So you take those $21.5 million out, that leaves $12.806 million that we're projecting. Once we close the books and have the audit, we should have perhaps even more than that that rolls into the fund balance. So if you remember the bucket slide we'd use for the payment of the debt associated with the Katy project. On the left-hand side, you have the total of $256.4 million total cash on hand as of today. In the middle, you see the $21.5 million clear barrel. And then on the right, you see even after that payment, we still have 118% required estimated days cash on hand, and that leaves us $35.8 million. What that does not reflect is we had Whitley Penn go through an audit. We're holding a little more than we should down at days cash on hand. It's higher than it probably should be. We're waiting to get the finalization of the GASB requirements and also where we end up after the close and add that extra $12.5 million in there. So you'll, at a minimum, be around $47 to $50 million above what's required, even at that level, a higher level. Does that answer your question, Trustee Laredo?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, we're now ready to vote on item E.
Yes for me, these comments.
Okay, receive. Voting has concluded. The motion failed with a vote. 1 second. To display the motion. With a vote of 2 in favor, 6 opposing, 2 in favor and 6 opposing.
Is there a motion to approve item F, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for May and June 2023?
So
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have a discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, these are the routine monthly investment financial statement and budget reports for the months of May and June. The reports have been submitted, and be glad to answer any of the questions trustees might have on these reports.
Are there any questions? Okay, there are no questions. So we can vote.
Karen, that's yes for me. Gomez?
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item G, update strategic plan embracing Houston's future?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion on the item by Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is an update to the existing strategic plan titled Embracing Houston's Future that brings forward adjustments for compliance with Senate Bill 18. And you've seen the recommended changes in your packets. I believe there are a couple of changes that were omitted from your package, and with your permission, Madam Chair, I want Izzy Anderson to present those to the board so we can get an amendment. We recommend an amendment from the dais to include these edits in the amended strategic plan.
Madam
Izzy.
Chair?
Thank you, Izzy.
Thank you, with your permission. There's an additional item on page 19 under the title of HCC's Future that uses diversity and inclusion. And the other item would be on page 49. That would also be included and deleted as well. And it's a top left-hand paragraph, sort of middle of the page, that speaks to diversity and inclusion. So those are the other 2 additional items.
Questions?
Are there any additional inclusions for the personas, the original personas we had on page 6 or 7?
Can you turn on your mic, trustee?
Oh, sorry. Are there any additional personas that were added to the existing persona list that we received when we first started this process?
The personas that are included in the plan have not been amended. There's no additional personas.
Any other questions? Trustee Glazer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says under fiscal impact, there's none, so we're changing the wording here. Are we changing any activities behind it? I'm assuming not, because there's no fiscal impact, so.
Correct. And for purposes of completion, let me just point out that in the organizational chart, I believe it's on page 45, there are two positions that we had on the books for DEI. The first one was the interim DEI. That position, as communicated to the board and HCC family, has been sunset. And there's another position that is vacant. The title will be sunset, and that position will not be filled. That's the Director of Faculty, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So those two positions were sunset in accordance with Senate Bill 17.
On page 45.
On page 45, yes, sir.
So,
All right.
Chancellor?
Trustees, there will be, in the coming year, our focus has been in the past creating a sense of belonging. And this was before the DEI issues came up, and we went in that direction. So even though we're sunsetting two positions, we expect two positions to resurface under talent engagement to focus on some of the sense of belonging issues in recruiting and connecting with students and so forth, to be sure that we're embracing that sense of belonging across all groups in the college. So that's why you didn't have a negative or a reduction in the budget noted on the fiscal impact.
Thank you.
Any other?
Madam Chair?
Trustee Flowers?
Thank you. Based on the information that you just shared, Chancellor, which I think is great, was there any consideration to adjust the language that is being deleted to reflect that which we can anticipate in the coming months?
I think that's what we did. We didn't just eliminate DE&I, and we replaced DE&I with a sense of belonging and a few other descriptors, so that we have done what you are suggesting that we do.
Okay, just making sure we're clear that you find that to be sufficient.
I'm sorry, what was the comment?
Yes, I'm just making sure I'm being clear that you find that that is sufficient enough to support the work that we will be moving forward with in the coming months.
Yes, well, the recommendations brought forward reflect that. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor.
Okay.
Any other comments? Trustee Wilson?
Madam Chair, at this late date, the strategic plan is going to impact our future, and I would prefer to wait on voting on this item. And I'm not talking about the merits of it, I'm just talking about the timing, and I'd prefer to wait on voting on it, and if not, I'll vote against this item today.
I want to be clear. I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding, because my understanding is that we haven't changed this plan. We haven't changed our strategic plan. We're only changing the wording because we can no longer use diversity, equity, and inclusion. Nothing has changed about the plan overall. It's just that language. Am I correct?
Correct.
To make myself clear.
So my question deals with the personas and some of the population demographics that we currently serve that are not listed in the personas. And that is a concern that I have. We are not listing certain population demographics in that persona, in the persona list. And those are the underserved, the traditionally underserved population demographics that we need to reach. With the change in the funding formula and our requirement to have strong student outcomes in some of those areas, if the personas are not listed according to this strategic plan, we don't have to address them. We have personas we will address, but the unlisted personas that we need to address, they need to be put into this plan.
Chancellor.
Madam Chair, trustees, the upgrading of the personas are something that's separate from compliance with Senate Bill 18. The personas do list the description of students outside of ethnicities. It's they have high school graduates that are ready for university. They have we have descriptors for single parents, for example. We have aspiring incumbent workers. So the addition, and then there's a 10th unknown persona. So the upgrading or the restyling of the personas is something that will be looked at in longer terms and over multiple years as those populations shift. But I believe the current personas that we adopted when we adopted this plan were sufficient to cover us for I think we were looking at a 5-year period before opening that up.
Chancellor,
for
we have Kurt
reassessment.
on the line.
So, Kurt, do you recall on the personas what time frame we're looking at to review and upgrade the personas?
Yes, Chancellor, thank you for that question. What I'd like to say is that the personas were always intended as an approach that would continually evolve. Andrea and her team, working with the deans of students and others, are already in the process of examining our personas, looking at the data. We'll be submitting a survey out to our students this year, incoming students, to get a deeper understanding of who they are and what their needs are, so that we can continually update them moving forward. And those changes will not have, are still, we know that there are a variety of changes that happened during COVID, and we're still working on understanding the complexity of it. And as we get them, we'll be updating them.
And I do want to offer to the trustees that the driver on the timing to bringing this forward is compliance with Senate Bill 18 that came out of the current legislative session. That's what we're addressing with the recommended changes.
That makes sense to me. And I think I'm going to touch on something that is a grave concern to me. And it's just one of the personas that I noticed that was missing. We have had conversations about Vast Academy, that on the average, we have 76 students a year that go through the Vast Academy program, or graduates, I might say. Just in HISD alone, there are several thousand Vast Academy eligible students that have no knowledge of Vast Academy and therefore are not included in our recruitment efforts. That is a grave concern to me. Vast Academy has done an extraordinary job for this institution. They have reached those students and engaged those students and successfully graduated those students and put them into the workforce so that they become independent adults. This is a crucial piece to the Houston Community College element. However, it has not been addressed since I have been here. And I am expressing a very grave concern for that, because they are part of our population demographic. They are a crucial element of our population demographic, and we have terribly underserved them. And I don't know if Trustee Glazier will agree with me, but he and I have attended these Vast Academy graduations. We know that when you focus and work with these students, they become productive citizens, and they become independent citizens, and they become viable workers in our society. However, it is severely underserved, and I have to speak to that because they were never considered in the personas, as well as a few other terribly underserved populations. Now, I have no problem with the personas that were presented. I have a problem with the ones that were not.
Any other? Trustee Wilson?
My understanding is that there's just a couple changes. Well, I guess the question I have is why 155 pages were put in here instead of just those changes, because what we're doing then is approving this new 155 pages, and I'll be honest with you all, I haven't read every line and every word in it, and I don't know how it compares with the last one.
If I may, Trustee, the item, it's the entire current strategy, and the only thing, whatever is being changed is actually redlined. So those are the items that are reflective of the action before the board. Similar to when we have board approved changes to local policy, that's the way this item was submitted to you. So only the red lines are what's being brought to your attention for your review and approval today, in addition to page 19 and 49 that I described.
Lisa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 points. First, I want to follow up on what Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth says. And I've been an advocate for, and I'm sure all the board members are advocates of the Vast Academy. The Chancellor and I, years ago, were fortunate enough to be able to witness our Vast Academy get an international recognition in Europe for their program. Yes, the numbers that Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, I can't vouch for, but they sound about right. There's a lot of special needs students in HISD alone. She was referenced how many students we have in our Vast Academy. We do a wonderful program. We have a great program here. I commend our administration for the time I've been here in finding funding and supporting this program. It's not a moneymaker. It's not a revenue center. It's a type of program that as a publicly funded institution, it's our responsibility to advocate for, fund, and develop. And I think we're doing a good job, but we can do better. And I think we're going to have to look forward to finding additional funding sources and leveraging what we do here, because the numbers demand that we do more. And I'm thankful for what the administration has done, and the board has supported them. And I look forward to us doing more work in that area. It's work that just needs to be done. It may not be defined specifically in our mission statement. Sometimes I think it needs to be, but I think if we act accordingly, we don't need to write it down. But the numbers will prove out that we need to do this, and I support what my fellow trustee said. Coming back to this item, one of my fellow trustees kind of opened the door on just verifying what Senate Bill 18 has dropped on us, and the political ideals that go on inside the wrought iron gates in Austin often don't align with the majority of what this board and this institution see. But we are elected officials, and we do operate under state law. And I just want to make sure, and it's for the administration to make sure this happens. When I saw what was presented here, and I see what's going on with Senate Bill 18, whether I approve of it or not is not relevant at this discussion. My point is, I want to make sure that we're in alignment and that we're legal, and that by what was intended by that Senate bill and what was handed down, and the way the folks that talked about, that advocated for it, that got it passed. I don't want our institution to look back at them and say, well, we changed a few words, so we're good. I don't want to cause trouble. I want to make sure we're in compliance, yet still fulfilling our mission of being inclusive. And that is a mission, and that's the culture of this institution. And I know we're going to have to walk a line because of the bill that was passed. And I just want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do, and that we can still move forward and being as inclusive as we possibly can, and still not run afoul of that new law. Thank you.
Trustee Wilson?
Thank you.
Trustee Vanderbilt?
Thank you.
Trustee Wilson?
Thank you.
Any other comments? That's it? Okay, I guess we can move to the vote.
Madam Chair, before we vote, there needs to be a motion and a second and a vote on the amendment that Izzy proposed. And so I'm going to get this for Sharon. Izzy, please correct me if I'm mistaken. The amendment is to include additional changes on page 19 and page 49 of the attached document. Those changes will remove the language diversity, equity, and inclusion and replace it with the sense of belonging language.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so that's the proposed, that's the suggested amendment. We now need a motion.
Is there a motion on the suggested amendment?
Move.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. So now we can vote
On the amendment, and then we'll need to vote on the item as
the
amended.
vote on the actual item.
Thank you.
Yes, for me, Sharon.
Received. Voting has
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Now we will vote on the actual item.
The item as amended.
As amended.
As amended. So we need a motion still?
We've
No.
already had a motion.
Motion, so
Yeah,
we can
so
just
we can
vote
just
now,
go straight
right?
to the vote.
Okay.
Sharon, that's yes for me. This is Summits.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, 1 abstaining.
Okay. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
4:17 p.m.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We need 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Houston Community College System will now come to order on August 16, 2023 at
4:35 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes that's listed on the duly posted notice. I'm Trustee Eva Laredo, and I will be serving as your board chair. Our board chair, Linton Gary, had a family emergency, so we ask you to keep her family in prayers as we continue our meeting. At this time, please join me for prayer followed by the pledges, and we have Trustee Charlene Johnson that will do us the pleasure.
Everybody, please stand and bow your heads. Dear God, we come to you today thanking you for allowing us to be together so we can make this college a better college. We ask that you give us wisdom, discernment, and strength. Keep us healthy, safe, and strong so we can continue to finish this journey that we have started on. We ask for wisdom, we ask for discernment, and we ask for courage, joy, and strength to help meet the needs of our communities and our students. As the leaders in our community, we want to display courage, unity, hope, generosity, and kindness. And we ask that you to continue to be with us and guide us. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Yeah, I need to let her know. Yeah, okay, okay.
We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. We ask that you bear with us today as we have quite a few recognitions, one of which is a special recognition of our Chancellor. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, the presentations, and recognitions. Todd, take it away.
Good afternoon. At this time, we welcome to the podium Dr. Zachary Hodges, president of HCC's Northwest College, who will introduce the student success story of Azalea Flowers.
Chancellor, board members. Azalea Flowers is HCC's supervisor of student accounts and alumnus at HCC. We have a strong culture at our college, and there's no one who exemplifies that culture more than Azalea Flowers. Azalea credits Houston Community College for making college credit affordable and helping her gain both her associate and a bachelor's degree. Through her work-study experiences at HCC, she felt mentored in gaining the knowledge she needed to help put her on the right path to a successful, productive career. She understands the need for mentorship and support from staff and faculty for students. She makes it a priority for her and her staff to strongly support our students in whatever they need to succeed in college. Here's her story.
Initially, when I came to HCC, it was primarily because I knew I wanted to go to college. However, the universities were quite expensive and I didn't qualify for financial aid there. My aunt was an adjunct professor here at the time and she said, hey, why don't you go check them out? From a cost perspective, it worked better for my family, and that's how I ended up here. Initially, I didn't know what my field of study would be, so I ended up doing an Associate of Arts, which basically captured all of my basic classes, your core requirements, and that gave me some time to make a decision later on what I wanted my actual field of study to be. My studies at HCC were challenging. However, I was provided the opportunity to be a work study student, and through that opportunity, I got some mentorship that was able to help me decide more along the lines of what I wanted to do long term. After I graduated, I continued to be employed at HCC. I did try to go off to Sam Houston State for a year or two. We had some family issues and I had to come back home, and then we took some time off. But recently, literally just in May of 2023, I finished my bachelor's in interdisciplinary studies at the University of Houston downtown. Right now, I am responsible for managing 4 of the cashier offices. I'm responsible for A-Leaf Hayes, Bissonnette, Spring Branch, and Katy. My team helps students with their refunds, making payments on their classes, anything in regard to their financial accounts. I've been doing that for 19 years. That, not actually being a manager, but I have been in the business office at HCC for 19 years, working my way up work study, part-time, full-time, and now I'm management. And one of the things that's most important to me is remembering my experience here as a student, and it wasn't always the best. So in my role, I try myself and also my staff to make sure that we're helping the student the way we would expect ourselves to be helped. Right now, this week, I started as a part-time campus manager in addition to my current role. So that'll give me some facilities experience. That'll give me some other things to put on my resume that'll help me in the long term. And then maybe I'll go into campus management or project management. So many opportunities here that are not open to me because I was able to complete my bachelor's degree. HCC allowed me the opportunity to continue my education while being able to be mentored and also mentoring other students, staff, and anybody that I'm able to help.
At this time, we invite Isella Flowers to come forward for a photo with the trustees and chancellor. Also joining for recognition is Dr. Hodges, president of Northwest College. All right, on May 12th, 2023, Houston Community College conferred honorary degree credentials to individuals who have displayed records of service to the community. Unfortunately, Representative Sophronia Thompson was in legislative session and was not able to attend the commencement ceremony. At this time, we would like to present Representative Thompson with her honorary degree and express appreciation for her support for HCC and work in the legislature. We ask Representative Thompson to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for her recognition. Representative Sophronia Thompson's legacy is one built from a strong principle of faith, an unwavering defense of freedom, and a staunch belief in fairness. She exemplifies the American ideal that one person can make the difference. She represents District 141, which includes the Northeast Houston and Humble area. Representative Thompson has the distinct honor of being the longest-serving woman and African American in Texas history. She is Dean of the Texas House of Representatives and currently serving her 25th term. Representative Thompson authored a plethora of legislation to include the James Burr Jr. Hates Crime Act, the Sexual Assault Program Fund, the Model Schools Records Flagging Act, Chief Justice Jack Pope Act, which increases funding for legal aid to help low-income Texans with their civil cases, and Michael Morton Act to create a fairer criminal justice system in Texas, as well as legislation aimed at protecting women and children against domestic violence. Her commitment to social, economic, and criminal justice reform has earned her the respect and admiration of many people from Texas and beyond. Thank you, Representative Thompson, for your tireless work on behalf of Houston Community College, District 141, in the state of Texas. All right, next up, we extend a warm welcome to the members of HCC's Foundation Board, Jill Asir, HCC Development Director, Karen Schmidt, HCCF President, and representatives from Bank of America who are being recognized for their support of the HCC Foundation. We are extremely grateful for the contributions of Bank of America in support of HCC's Foundation. Your generosity is appreciated, and we look forward to your continued support. We will provide an opportunity for remarks at the end of the recognitions. Thank you again for your support. Trustees and Chancellor, we have a few more presentations, so please remain in front of the dais. We now invite the following to join the Chancellor and Trustees for recognition of successfully completing the prestigious New Leadership Academy Fellows Program as part of the 2022-2023 cohort. Congratulations to Dr. Antrice Bagé, Interim Director of Instructional Initiatives, Dr. Helen Graham, Dean of Liberal Arts and Humanities, and Dr. Melinda Mejia, Incoming Humanities Department Chair and Humanities English Professor, on their completion of the New Leadership Academy, which is a partnership between the University of Utah and the American Association of Hispanics in Higher Education. This notable accomplishment highlights their dedication to professional development and commitment to addressing the challenges associated with diversity, equity, and inclusion in higher education. The NLA prepares those in formal and informal leadership positions to lead with equity in their roles. Through their participation, Drs. Bagé, Graham, and Mejia acquired a deep understanding of these complex issues, allowing them to navigate and overcome obstacles effectively. Additionally, this year's HCC's New Leadership Academy cohort gained sophisticated insights into re-envisioning values and institutional imperatives, enabling them to develop dynamic and focus-driven strategies for higher education organizations. Congratulations, very well earned. We now want to recognize Professor David White, the outgoing Faculty Senate President for academic year 2022 through 2023. During the leadership of Professor White, the Faculty Senate accomplishments included adopting bylaws revision to accommodate hybrid and virtual meetings, adopting standing rules for online voting and participation in senators by Senate meetings, updated Faculty Senate website, worked with administration on a 7.5% compensation increase for all faculty, resolution to honor former Professor James Baptiste as resolution of gratitude for Dr. Donna Davis, letter to Chancellor's Executive Council regarding workload and overloads, return of the Bedichek-Orman auction to campuses for the first time since 2019, raising $18,611. Faculty conference with 146 attendees and 21 faculty-led sessions, faculty retreat with 35 attendees, and organized 2 successful Senate workshops. We know David's got to be here. Thanks again, Professor White, for your leadership and dedication. Okay, Chancellor and trustees, please remain in front of the dais. We've got 2 more recognitions. At this time, we pause to recognize the outgoing College Office Professional Association President, Renee Alsander, leaders for 2022 and 2023. Also joining Renee is the dedicated COPA leadership team of Martha Bonha, Kat K. Witt, Andre Broussard, Patty Bellows, Celeste Wheatley, Ruth Carmona, Lisa Thomas, and Rhonda Jacobs. They all work together tirelessly throughout the year to align our activities and events with the convocation's theme, Devotion to Service. During the 2022-23 year, COPA's primary focus was supporting and engaging in volunteer work through participation in major HCC events, such as Spring Convocation, State of the College, Employee Significant Breakfast, HCC Women in Apprenticeship Summit, Houston Federation of Professional Women's Conference, and more. COPA participated in the comprehensive 4-session financial series held by TDECU, which explored the interplay between personal finance and its impact on professional life. To conclude, COPA organized a highly impactful in-service event, bringing together distinguished speakers who acknowledge the membership's unwavering commitment, dependability, and innovative approach in higher education.
We apologize for the delay.
We have one more presentation. HCC's redistricting plan based on the 2020 census was approved by the Board of Trustees on April 19th, 2023. We take this opportunity to recognize the collaborative team responsible for coordinating and implementing the process. The redistricting team provided oversight of tasks ranging from developing the presentation, redistricting website, to coordinating 9 community forums and many more extensive tasks. We ask that the following join the trustees and chancellor for recognition. We'll be calling everyone up by department. First up, HCC Board Services team members, Retha Bell, Blake Johnson, Yesenia Reyes, and Sharon Wright. Please join the chancellor and trustees at the dais. Next up, we're going to bring up all of the teams together, correct? Yes, okay. We're going to bring up all the teams together. I'm going to go through them all, so if everyone would please approach the dais, we'll take a group picture. Our communications team, Scott Almaguer, Chris Bourne, Ricardo Hernandez, Stephen Lesterjet, Andrew Ty, and myself. HCC Information Technology, Mustafa Al-Qadar, Dorsa Fargenajad, James Jackson, Richard Karakvakat. HCC Office of General Counsel, Andre Broussard, Nicole Montgomery, Ashley Smith. HCC's Police Department, Officer Emmanuel Arambula, Officer Luis Barajas, Officer Cindy Castillo, Lieutenant Andrew Cruz, and Officer Vernon Trueheart. Just to note, Officer Castillo attended 8 of the 9 forums that we held. Thompson & Horton, LLP, Paige Martin, Selena Vinson, Lisa McBride. Weston Associates, Edgar Colon, Michael Laxon, demographer, Dennis Harner, and our video and audio support team, Password Productions. If everyone would approach the dais, we'll get a picture. You may return to the dais, trustees and chancellor. Thank you.
We're gonna be finished by 6:30. We're gonna be finished by 6. What is that? Is that something you gotta? I have the ticket. Okay.
We thank everyone for your patience, and at this time, we invite to the podium HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt for remarks regarding the Bank of America donor recognition. Karen?
Thank you, Board Chair Trustee Laredo, trustees, and Chancellor Maldonado. I'm honored to have the opportunity as the HCC Foundation President to thank Bank of America for your support of Houston Community College Foundation. Bank of America has been a loyal supporter of Houston Community College for decades. This year, they've given a generous contribution of $30,000 to the HCC Foundation under their priority area of economic mobility. As you know, at HCC Foundation, our vision is to serve as a philanthropic force supporting high-quality educational experiences for HCC students of all backgrounds to help them improve the trajectory of their lives. These funds provided by Bank of America are so crucial to the operations of the HCC Foundation as they go to areas of greatest need and priorities for the foundation and the college. Thank you so much to the Bank of America. At this time, I would like to invite Hector Reyes, Vice President and Consumer Banking Market Leader with Bank of America, to the podium.
Pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Hector Reyes, and I am a consumer banking market leader for the city of Houston. Oversee multiple financial centers, and on behalf of the 2,500 associates here in the city of Houston, I am glad to present a $30,000 donation here. Right? At Bank of America, one of the things that we have, it's to make sure that we have one purpose, and that is to actually provide financial lives better. Through the focus that we have on responsible growth, we deliver our teammates, clients, and shareholders while addressing economic mobility, racial equality, and social progress, focus on the needs of the community. And as part of this work, we actually come together and develop strong partnership with nonprofit organizations such as Houston Community College. We focus on improving lives and individuals' families by investing in health, jobs, and strengthening broader community and addressing needs related to small business, resiliency, and community development. Employment is a key driver of economic mobility. Like in Houston Community College, Bank of America is focused on building pathways of employment by supporting a range of workforce, upskilling and reskilling programs, meeting people where they are so that individuals and families can really advance. Thank you for the work that you guys all do, and thank you on behalf of Bank of America.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we also thank you.
Thank you, Bank of America.
Well, at this time, we have a very special recognition for our Chancellor, Dr. Cesar Maldonado, in a salute and appreciation for his over 9 years of dedicated leadership here at Houston Community College.
The big question is, what does the future look like? That's why we're here today, is to get a glimpse of HCC of the future and talk about the Houston of the future and the role that this college will play in that future. To develop a response to the future challenges and opportunities, we need to be abundant thinkers and think about education of the future and what it will be like to be a student at HCC, and what will the needs of industry be? What will business need to drive the economy? And for a leading college educating future students, we cannot plan for today alone. In our scenarios, we need to plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow's students, tomorrow's workforce, tomorrow's needs, tomorrow's Houston. As educators, innovators, and trailblazers, our purpose is to cultivate our students' knowledge and curiosity. We do this by listening to them when they come to us and creating opportunities for them to engage in their community, in our communities, in the academic environment, and innovate how we deliver relevant and rigorous instruction to them. Our transformation is directed by 4 strategic pillars: student success, performance excellence, organizational stewardship, and innovation. These pillars guide systemic changes occurring at the college. We're making changes decisively and energetically. We are transforming in and out of the classroom. We're moving forward to make education meaningful and relevant for every student, an education aligned with workforce needs and university expectations. During my 9-year tenure at HCC, we've made phenomenal progress on student success and fiscal stability and planning for the future. We have embraced Houston's future, and so has Houston, and our community and business partners embraced us. We've become interdependent. We've accomplished all this because of us. The Board of Trustees, the staff, the faculty, the community, the administration, the students, the HCC Foundation, all working as one, all trusting and believing in each other. We are rightly positioned to continue with this great success, and I'm proud to report that the state of the college is strong.
We have several individuals joining us today to provide farewell comments in celebration of the Chancellor's tenure and leadership with HCC. It's with great pleasure that we welcome to the podium for comments former HCC trustees, Dr. John P. Hanson, District 6, and Trustee Maxine Lane Seals, District 2. If you could both come to the podium.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. I'm pleased to be able to offer some remarks regarding our departing Chancellor because I spent so much time with him for the 6 years that I was on this board. I actually served on the community committee that did the preliminary screening when we went through the last Chancellor search that resulted in Chancellor Maldonado. And I had long felt, some of you probably may remember that I had served 22 years on the Alief ISD board, so I had a good deal of insight, I think, from the perspective of the K-12 districts, what was happening in the community colleges. And I felt that there had not been an adequate emphasis on the workforce preparation part of the mission of community colleges. And the Chancellor and the resume that he submitted really screamed out at me that this is a guy that's really involved in workforce. And so he went to the top of my list of the people that the board should be looking at. As I recall, that committee picked 5 people to forward to the Board of Trustees. And ultimately, as you well know, Cesar Maldonado was the survivor of that process and has been our Chancellor all the time up until now. I, not very long after that, ended up moving over to the HCC Board of Trustees and got a chance to work directly with him. And I have to say, I was very pleased that his emphasis on workforce wasn't purely verbal, that he implemented a lot of programs to increase that emphasis. And I think that that's been all to the benefit of the students of Houston Community College. The Chancellor tends to like to work through the chairs of the Board of Trustees. And so my last 2 years on the board, when I was chair, I got to work particularly closely with him. And I think we developed a pretty good operating philosophy because of all the previous time I'd spent on the K-12 board. I think I understood that as chair, you don't get to tell the Chancellor what he has to do. You can make recommendations. And I have to say that I think the Chancellor was always very good about listening to those recommendations with an open mind. At times he agreed, sometimes he didn't. But I think our relationship was always a friendly one in which I understood I can recommend all I want, but ultimately he's the one that has to answer for anything we do, so he'll make his own decisions. And I respect him for that. I came to regard him as a good friend. I think a very honest person. I challenge anyone to stand up and say he's not incredibly hardworking on behalf of the college. The number of hours that he puts in are just almost beyond belief. And you appreciate that. That's not something that you can buy no matter how much of a salary you give a person. And so it's with a good deal of regret that I see his departure. but it's often remarked that there's nothing permanent in this world. And unfortunately, his chancellorship is just another one of those things that has both a beginning and an end. But I certainly wish him well in whatever future endeavor he decides to go to. And I have great confidence that he will be successful by bringing to the table the same traits that he has brought to Houston Community College. Thank you, Chancellor.
To the Chair, Laredo, members of the board, and to our Chancellor, Dr. Maldonado. You noticed that I let my fellow trustee go first because I believe in age before beauty. And I will not be as long as he was. I didn't have the opportunity of serving with the Chancellor as long as my fellow trustee Hanson did. And I remember meeting with the Chancellor, and Chancellor, you may not remember this, but the Congresswoman and I sat in a meeting with you, and we must have torn you apart. We were on him. So, and I thought about that for a while, and afterwards, I think the Chancellor must have pulled me to the side, and he said, you know, we need to have coffee. So he came out to the North Forest community, and we sat and we had coffee and cookies, and we talked, and we formed a communication, and then we found out that we had bumped shoulders many times before, because he served on the Board of Education in the Valley when I was on the Board of Trustees in the North Forest community, and we share a common friend. So it was indeed an honor, but I thought about that meeting that the Congresswoman and I had with you, and I said, I wonder if that's why the Board of Trustees nominated me to serve on the committee. It is better for her to be in the inside than out here fighting us like she's doing. She needs to get in here and make some decisions about what's going on. Thank you for that, Chancellor. I appreciate that. I only served a short period of time, but I can tell you it was a remarkable time in working with the Board of Trustees and with the Chancellor. I remember visiting the locations that I was in charge of, and I made a note of all of those things that was brought to my attention, and I sent a copy to the Chancellor. And knowing him like I thought I knew him, I knew it would get done, but I just had to send it to him for him to have. His secretary called me, and she said, Mrs. Lang Seals, I have a number to give you. I said, a number? She said, yes, any ones that have some concerns, we assign a number to them. Well, most of the people didn't know me from all of those days back on the North Forest School Board and the challenges that we had to go through. And I said, thank you so much for your number, but I have the confidence that the Chancellor is going to take care of it, and I don't need a number. Thank you so much. And thank you for taking care of all of those things that I submitted the interest of from the individuals on those particular campuses. We're going to miss you. We're going to miss you being around. But it's one thing I have, and that we'll stay in touch. Our texts, Happy Mother's Day, Happy Father's Day, Happy Easter, Merry Christmas. And Chancellor, we will continue that. Many blessings, many, many blessings to you. And you are going to enjoy the journey that you're now taking. Thank you again, and thank you to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you both. Next up, we'd like to invite members of the HCC Foundation to the podium for comments and a special gift presentation. HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt, Intermediate HCC Foundation Board Chair Ryan McCauley, Immediate Past Board Chair David Regenbaum, and Past Board Chair Mary Williams. Please all come to the podium.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees Chair Eva Laredo and Chancellor Maldonado. It is my privilege to introduce our HCC Foundation Board Chair Ryan McCauley, joined by our former Board Chair Mary Williams, who joins us for this momentous occasion to acknowledge and bestow appreciation to Chancellor Maldonado for his leadership. We are honored to have her join us today, and I now yield the podium to Ryan.
Thank you, Karen. And Chancellor, as we just saw in that video, you haven't aged a day in 9 years. But thank you, Karen. Greetings to Board of Trustees Chair Linton Gary, trustees, esteemed faculty, staff, and friends. We are deeply grateful for this opportunity to gather here today and extend a heartfelt gratitude for somebody whose unwavering support and dedication has shaped the HCC Foundation to what it is today. It is with great honor that I stand here before you as the current board chair of the HCC Foundation Board of Directors, alongside my distinguished past chair, to thank outgoing Chancellor of Houston Community College, Dr. Cesar Maldonado, for your unwavering support of our foundation. It would have been my pleasure to introduce David Regenbaum in his eloquent, beautiful accent at this moment. He was unable to make it, but he sent me his remarks. So on behalf of Mr. Regenbaum, and on behalf of the rest of the HCC Foundation Board, I would just like to say the following. Chancellor Maldonado, we extend our heartfelt thanks for your remarkable leadership and unwavering support for HCC's Invest in Houston's Future campaign, which commenced on September 1st, 2019. Your dedication has transformed Houston Community College into a culture of giving, forging meaningful connections between the college leadership and the foundation. Your compassion and foresight have left an indelible mark on HCC's history, and your legacy will be forever etched into the heart of our institution. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. And now I have the pleasure of inviting Mary Williams, past board chair of the HCC Foundation Board of Directors, who served between 2016 and 2018, to provide her reflection.
Thank you, Ryan. And I guess my accent didn't make the top 10, sorry. But first of all, Dr. Maldonado, I'm very humbled to be here today, to have been asked to take part in this great celebration of honoring you. It was a privilege to have served with you when I was on the HCC Foundation Board, and therefore to have had the opportunity to work closely with you over the years. During my tenure as the Foundation Board Chair, I fondly recall the remarkable partnership you and I forged, particularly when we met with a special HCC donor who generously wrote us a check on the spot after a delicious breakfast and a lot of coffee, a testament to teamwork and to our effective fundraising abilities. In thinking back, I clearly remember when we first met on May 13th, 2014, at the reception welcoming you as our new chancellor. My husband, Will, and I were so excited because we felt that the future of HCC was being placed in very capable hands, and we were not disappointed. Chancellor Maldonado, your extraordinary commitment to the betterment of our students' lives through your dedication to the Foundation mission has been nothing short of inspiring. Your leadership has made a profound impact on countless lives, and we are tremendously grateful for your invaluable contributions, and we wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. And don't go too far, Mary. We're going to need you in just a second. But Chancellor Maldonado, in recognition of your remarkable service, the HCC Foundation would like to present you with a token of our appreciation. As a symbol of your dedication and commitment, we have had a keepsake made in the form of a commemorative belt buckle. Much like a belt buckle serves as a unifying element. And every pioneering Texan knows, a path is forged from the belt buckle forward that emanates from their leadership. In this same vein, you have functioned as a cohesive force, bringing together the college and the foundation under a common objective, championing HCC student success. Your legacy will continue to inspire and impact generations of students who will pass through our halls, carrying with them the knowledge that you have been an unwavering champion of their education and their personal growth. We may never be able to fully express the depth of our gratitude for the support and guidance, but please know that your influence will be felt for years to come. On behalf of my fellow past HCC board chairs here with me today and the entire HCC Foundation board and foundation team led by Karen Schmidt, we humbly offer this token of our gratitude to the outgoing Chancellor, Dr. Maldonado. Dr. Maldonado, you are a leader, mentor, and above all, a cherished colleague and friend. May your future endeavors be as rewarding and fulfilling as the time you spent with us. It's at this time I invite you to join Mary and I in front of the dais so we can present you with this special gift.
All right, thanks to the foundation for the special recognition. We now invite to the podium Stacy Putman, Manager of Leadership Development and Strategic Circular Economy Projects at INEOS and Chair of the Chancellor's Business Champions Council, to provide comments on behalf of the CBCC.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to do something that Chancellor's never seen me do before. Now, he's seen me in front of a mic many times in the last year, but I'm actually going to read from the script just for a moment, which is I never do that. So if you're not familiar with who I am, I'm Stacy Putman. I'm with a company called INEOS. We're the 4th largest chemical company in the world, and I also have a small business in Houston. So HCC and I have a connection. I was asked a little over a year ago if I would chair a special council. It was a council set up by the Chancellor for business champions. So I had never met the Chancellor, and I thought, I'm going to get to sit with a bunch of champions. Little did I know I would be sitting next to the champion, and that was fantastic. Little did I know that we share something in common. We're both Red Raiders. Love that. So what is the Business Council? This champions that get together. The purpose of the council is to inform HCC's role as an innovative education leader while strengthening the linkages between the business community and HCC students to advance workforce, academic, and student success. What that means is we get together, we talk about tomorrow. HCC listens and we listen. And we so need this forum. We appreciate you, Chancellor. We appreciate the trustees. We appreciate the opportunity to listen and to be heard, because we are in it here in Houston for tomorrow, and we know that HCC as well. You have set a platform for us. We hope that will continue, and we look forward to keeping up with you as well. Thank you.
Now we'd like to invite to the podium Faculty Senate President, Professor David White, to provide comments on behalf of the Faculty Senate.
All right, let's see. What speech have I... Let's see, let's go with... Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury... Wait. Wrong Caesar speech. I'm sorry. Let me start again. So... Well, you knew I was going to make that joke, so it was just too easy. I'm not going to count the first time I met the Chancellor, which was at the West Loop campus the day he was being introduced. I instead think back to the first real transformation workshop that was at the Houstonian, and it had been a long day, and he was waiting for his ride, and I was waiting for traffic to go down. We were sitting there, enjoying a liquid refreshment. I need not specify what. And he and I were talking about this, that, and the other. And that was one of the days I was actually wearing my ring. And he, of course, wears a ring. And, of course, we clunked rings. And I reminded him that wearing this ring, y'all know what ring this is, right? For those of y'all who don't know, this is an Aggie ring. And I reminded him of the Aggie Code of Honor, and that, as Chancellor, he was still expected to uphold certain things, and I would hold him to that pledge. And if there was something going on, I said, I'm going to talk. I will not hesitate. I will call you out. Now, that has led to some interesting conversations over the years, and yes, he yells at me too, and sometimes I even yell back at him. But the great thing about it was, he was always at least somewhat open to hearing what I had to say. And then when my successor, Dr. Miller Waters, who was hiding in the back of the room, came in, he was willing to hear what she had to say. And on down the line, he was always willing to listen to the faculty. Now, sometimes we yelled at him and sometimes he yelled at us, but the point was, he was always good at listening, and we never actually had to get to the point where I say, okay, you know what? This ain't going to work. And I think that speaks well of him. Now, there are certain things I am going to hold him to. He said he intends to teach. Why? Okay, fine. I'm going to want to see your syllabus at some point come September when your classes start. I have your dean on speed dial. I can always see if you've been following your stuff. He still owes me a Beta-Check dinner. He's always, by the way, been an enthusiastic supporter of the Beta-Check Orman auction, and that is a point in his favor. And he still owes me that dinner, and I will be cashing it at some point. We never did get around to getting up on the roof and smoking cigars and enjoying liquid refreshment. I don't think risk management is going to approve of that, but if the weather for some reason gets down below 75 degrees before August 31st, we can always just not burden them with that information.
I don't recall ever having such a conversation.
I don't recall. He was never afraid to speak his mind. And he did listen. We didn't always agree with him. We still don't agree with him on some things, but you know what? The point was, he was always ready to have that dialogue. And that is a point in his favor, and I would say that this board needs to strongly consider that anyone they bring on in the future, that needs to be job quality number one. And he did show you the way. So, sir, on behalf of the Senate, you have your T-shirt already. Do ask Liz when we're going to actually have dinner, because I am going to hold you that. Thank you, sir.
It's always a pleasure to have student representation and participation, and today we have joining us Sahar El-Hodiri, immediate past USC president 2022 to 23, and Sarah El-Hodiri, immediate past USC vice president, to provide comments on behalf of the student body.
Good evening, trustees, Chancellor Maldonado, respected faculty and staff. Today is a bittersweet moment as I stand before you, not only as the former president of the Student Council, but also as a representative of a community deeply grateful for the transformative journey we have shared. It is with a mixture of gratitude, respect, and a touch of sadness that I extend my heartfelt thank you and farewell to someone who has been a guiding light to our community college, our Chancellor. Chancellor Maldonado, as I look back on our time, I am filled with profound gratitude for the lasting impact you've made on our institution. Your leadership, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to excellence have paved the way for countless students like me to dream bigger, achieve more, and believe in the power of education. Your mentorship has been invaluable. Your willingness to share your experiences, insights, and advice has provided us with guidance that extends far beyond the classroom. You've nurtured not just our academic growth, but also our personal and professional development. I also want to express our heartfelt gratitude for the wonderful evening you hosted for the United Student Council and the Student Government Association officers in Austin. That dinner was not just a meal, it was a moment of connection, laughter, and shared experiences. Your generosity and genuine interest in getting to know us as individuals spoke volumes about your character and your dedication to our well-being. Moreover, your direct engagement with student concerns during the Community College Day demonstrated your commitment to addressing the issues that matter most to us. Your willingness to listen, to understand, and to take action has left a mark on our hearts and minds. It is a testament to your leadership style and your genuine concern for our community's welfare. As the time comes for me to step down from my role as President of the United Student Council, I am filled with optimism and hope for the future. I know that the legacy you leave behind will continue to inspire us to strive for greatness, to embrace challenges, and to stand up for what we believe in. Chancellor Maldonado, our journey together at Houston Community College may be coming to an end, but the impact you've had on us will echo throughout our lives. On behalf of every student whose life you've touched, every dream you've nurtured, and every aspiration you have ignited, I extend our deepest appreciation. You've shown us that with determination, dedication, and commitment to excellence, you can make a difference in the world. Thank you, Chancellor Maldonado, for your remarkable leadership, your unwavering support, for mentoring us, and for being a true inspiration to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. We'll now have comments from Dr. Villigren Glover, President of the Southeast HCC Southeast College and co-chair of the Chancellor's Executive Council, representing the leadership team.
I do have to say that was beautiful. Thank you so much. It's a hard act to follow, too. Trustees, Dr. Maldonado, as co-chair of the Chancellor's Executive Cabinet, I have the honor of saying a few words on behalf of CEC. Chancellor Maldonado, we are here today with heartfelt gratitude for your leadership over the past 9 years. You have reshaped the course of HCC with transformative vision and innovation. And as a result, we proudly serve 15 centers of excellence, serving over 19 locations. Throughout your 9-year tenure, and specifically during challenging times such as Hurricane Harvey and COVID pandemic, under your guidance, our institution has embraced change with an unwavering commitment to student success. The innovative initiatives and forward-thinking practices have not only elevated our academic standards, but also ignited a passion for creativity and excellence among our students, faculty, and staff. You empowered us to work collectively towards a one-college mindset. As a result, we have seen an expansion of interdisciplinary collaborations and the establishment of local, state, and global partnerships that will continue to shape HCC's future. We express our sincere gratitude for the visionary path you have paved and the inspiration you have instilled and the mentorship in all of us. As you frequently reminded us, none of us is as smart as all of us. Thank you, Chancellor Maldonado, for your leadership and unwavering commitment to ensuring that our students receive our very, very best. So this is not a farewell. You will forever be an eagle and part of the HCC family. And from one Aggie to another, Gig'em. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Villigren Glover. Madam Chair, we'll now turn the meeting back up to you for comments and presentation from the governing board.
Thank you. Thank you to all who have provided comments to Dr. Maldonado and wishing him farewell and many blessings as he ends his tenure with the college as chancellor. Well, Dr. Maldonado, after 200 meetings at this diocese, and that's not including the special meetings, and 5 trustee swearing-in ceremonies in this auditorium, we thought it would be most fitting to have final comments from the trustees. So trustees, starting on that end.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I've only served a short time with you, and it's been well served. And I want to wish you well on the next chapter, and I'm so excited to see how the story continues.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who came and is going to join us for this reception in honor of our Chancellor and the words that you said, because this Chancellor is, as several, I'm going to steal some words here, one of the hardest working, professional, ethical, and I'll challenge anyone who says he's not ethical, Chancellor, ever. I'm going to say that. Incredible. Make sure that we walk a straight line. And some people like that, some people don't. But that's a thing and a quality that I always appreciated about this man, and that, and I know will continue under our interim. I'm looking at her right over here. But for me, ethical is huge, huge. So thank you, Chancellor. You leave a legacy of excellence. And so what I wanted to do, and you leave us healthy, in a healthy condition, and you've always been committed to a smooth transition from the very beginning. And so thank you for that, because it is about making sure that our interim chancellor smoothly takes the reins. And you're so committed to that that sometimes I wonder, because we can make it very difficult sometimes. And you just stay the course and know that you want to make sure that this college continues to move forward. So what I'd like to do, and I'm going to read fast, but I too would like to read this, because both in May, both the Texas House of Representatives and the Texas Senate presented our chancellor in May of 2023 with the resolution. I didn't see it go up on our website. I didn't see it go up on our social media, and I know you don't want to brag about yourself, but I really believe that this says it all. And it's not from one state representative or 2 or 5. All of them are on here, and the Speaker of the House signed his resolution. And again, the Senate did the same, and they said it perfectly, and they're talking statewide. Whereas Dr. Cesar Maldonado has made significant contributions to higher education and workforce development as Chancellor of Houston Community College, and whereas named Chancellor of the sixth college system in 2014, Dr. Maldonado has fostered an inclusive, supportive culture for students and staff while boosting academic achievement through innovative programs. His restructuring of HCC has increased the number of graduates by over 12% per year, and the scholastic performance of first-year students has improved markedly. And whereas Dr. Maldonado has established academic partnerships that allow students to transition seamlessly to specified 4-year programs at such institutions such as Texas A&M, the University of Texas at Tyler, and Stephen F. Austin State University. In addition, he has developed partnerships with local industries to open pathways for students eager to enter the workforce after obtaining an associate's degree or certificate. And whereas ably steering the institution through such challenges as Hurricane Harvey and the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Maldonado has focused on fiscal stability, including debt reduction and strengthening of reserves as the key element of strategic planning. At the same time, he has overseen the expansion of HCC to 19 campuses and facilities. Among HCC's 14 new centers of excellence are the Challenger Learning Center for Space Science and the Resiliency Operations Center. Moreover, HCC has been reaffirmed twice as the Achieving the Dream Leader College, signaling a solid commitment to educational access and quality. And whereas the recipient of numerous honors, Dr. Maldonado was presented with the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Chairman's Award. He was also named Most Admired Nonprofit CEO by Houston Business Journal, and he has been elected to the Philosophical Society of Texas, the Texas Tech University Engineering Academy, and the Phi Beta Kappa Texas Hall of Fame for student engagement. And whereas Dr. Maldonado brought to HCC an unusual breadth of experience, after more than 25 years as a business executive, He served as president of Texas State Technical College and as vice chancellor for institutional effectiveness and commercialization for the TSTC system. He holds bachelor's and master's degrees, and I can go on and on. Through his adept leadership and commitment to excellence, Cesar Maldonado has greatly advanced the important mission of Houston Community College. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives bestowed this resolution on our chancellor. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our chancellor, our Houston Community College chancellor. I know when I first ran, and I said this, I know it was back before he was hired, I was kind of embarrassed to tell people that I was on the board for HCC. I just was. There was a lot of happening. There was so much going on, and you know, backhanded, backroom kind of deals going. It was just really bad. And so one of the things, and Mary said this with the foundation about the future, and that, you know, it looked bright, and you did make it bright. So thank you. I lived through what was going on in 13 and 14 and everything that you've done since then. I'm incredibly grateful for, not only for the Houston Community College, but for our city and our state and our nation. So thank you, Chancellor.
Trustee Glazer.
Next. Okay, well, there were so many scripted speeches, and not going to happen. If you want to, that was an impressive list of accolades. I'm glad you read those off. Dr. Perez read one off that matched that. I won't say better, but matched it at the event, the luncheon for the, I believe it was the, the Honors College, that's right. I couldn't pull it out. So, but it's quite a list of accolades, Chancellor, and it's very impressive. I met you when we went down and visited you in Harlingen, and I was fortunate enough to be on the committee, the search committee, and it hit off pretty quick that you were going to be the guy. And I went down with a couple of the trustees that don't sit at the table now, but I think we all got the good idea that you were going to be the future of HCC. Through no fault of your own, you had to hit the ground running here when you got here, and I think a lot of folks appreciate how you managed to get everything going and keep all the balls juggled while you moved us forward. And it's been quite a ride. I knew as the experience that you had, I knew you would be set for this job. And as I mentioned to you first early on when we met, I said you will never find a job with more opportunity. And I challenge you to say that you've had one that's had more than this one. You've risen to the occasion. Throughout my life, I've met folks and seen folks that demonstrate leadership, and one of the common denominators I see is that they inspire the people around them to do the best that they are capable of. And I've seen you do that here. I've seen that in other organizations with other people. And it's not something that you learn. It's something you can hone. But if you don't have it, you don't have it. And you have it. And we're all fortunate. And there's a lot of folks in the audience here. There's many more that aren't here that have benefited from your leadership, from your guidance, from your mentorship, from your association, and creating a culture where people feel comfortable to excel and have the opportunity to do so. And I've seen you do that, and that's a real measurement of success in an organization. And I think you've proven that here. You have wonderful folks have gone off to different places. We've had folks move up the ladder here. We've had folks that have moved out and gone to other places and done well, and they wouldn't have done so if they had not had your experience. So I want to thank you for that, and all of that trickles down to what we're all here for, and that's student success. And all that you've done has trickled down, and we've had tremendous student success since you've gotten here. And the organization is much stronger, on much stronger footing than when you first arrived. So you leave quite a legacy, sir, and we really appreciate it. I value the time we've spent together. You've always had an open door, and we've always had conversations, and I've always appreciated that you've afforded me the opportunity to speak with you. And again, what you've done with the institution, we really appreciate it. I know wherever your path takes you in the future, it'll be just as good for whoever's around you in that chapter. And I do want to take a moment to thank your wife and your family for loaning you to us for this period of time. You made a strong sacrifice, commitments of time and effort, and time's a one-way street. You never get it back, so we appreciate the time that you've given us. And speaking of time, I won't waste any more of y'all's, but everybody knows how we feel about the Chancellor, and thank you for your service. I appreciate it. My best to you and your family. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair? Okay. Chancellor, I want to say that you have done an outstanding job. Your team for audit is extraordinary. These men and women are truly exceptional. The vast academy, I have to sing their praises. Your Pathways team, they led the nation. You've done an amazing job with the groups, and I genuinely appreciate you taking care of the special populations, including the veterans, because they needed a chancellor that would lead them. So I'm just thankful. I am glad that you have led us. I am glad that we are moving in the direction that takes care of our students' success so that these outcomes that are expected by the state will be a success. And thank you, Chancellor, for your 9 years, for the 6 years that I've served with you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your service, and I look forward to seeing your future successes. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson.
I was going to make an analogy about a book in history and one chapter closing and another chapter starting, but I decided to discuss or to mention your family was in the door business down in the valley, I believe, for some time. And in anybody's life, there's been a lot of doors we've gone through. And when one door closes, another door opens. And I wish you the best in your future job. And you're a very resourceful, hardworking young man, and you'll do well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. As the board secretary, I just want to say thank you for all your years of service. I know I've worked closely with you and talking to you, and it's always been about student success, about how we need more and more and more for our students. And so thank you for listening to me, and also we see the results with the students, you know, and how happy they are, and all the activities that we provided for them. So you're leaving a legacy of hard work and just dedication to us and to our community. So for that, we say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, and to your wife, Liz. Also, thank you to your family. It's not easy being married to a leader in a school, because you spend so many hours in the business. So again, we say thank you. Bon voyage, but we know you'll be close by, so we'll see you. So thank you.
Thank you.
As we move on, we, the governing board, would like to present a resolution in acknowledgement of the esteemed services of Dr. Cesar Maldonado for over 9 years of committed leadership to Houston Community College. So Dr. Tamez took a jump on it and read a lot of my thunder here.
Oh, did I?
Sorry. But that was great. Whereas Dr. Cesar Maldonado has served more than 9 years as Chancellor of Houston Community College, the 5th largest and most diverse community college in the nation, and whereas he led HCC through the completion of $425 million capital improvement program, under budget, expanding the college's footprint, access to students, and leading to the development of 14 centers of excellence. And whereas he established academic partnerships to ensure seamless transition of students to four-year university programs at Texas A&M, the University of Texas at Tyler, Stephen F. Austin University, Texas Southern University, and other higher education institutions. And whereas Dr. Maldonado's business acumen led the Houston Business Journal C-Suite Awards Committee to name him a finalist for the Nonprofit CEO of the Year 2017. And whereas his leadership at HCC has been nationally recognized as follows: #1 college for international students, #1 for granting associate degrees to minority, #2 for granting associate degrees to all disciplines, #2 for granting degrees to African American students, #3 for granting degrees to Hispanics, and #4 for granting degrees to Asian Americans. And whereas his outstanding service to students was acknowledged by induction into the Texas Hall of Honor for Presidents for the Texas region of Phi Theta Kappa and Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, Shirley B. Gordon Award of Distinction. And whereas because of his leadership, HCC received the 2022 Rodeo Award from the Texas Association of Community Colleges in recognition of its dedication to educational outcomes demonstrated by excellence and student success, sufficient gains in the growth of 8 key performance indicators associated with post-secondary degree completion. And whereas through his good stewardship, HCC has financial reserves exceeding $109 million more than policy requires, a reduced debt ceiling, $300 million, while maintaining a flat tax rate, waiving $2 million in tuition for senior citizens, and more than $57 million for dual credit students, all while achieving a Moody's top AAA credit rating and ensuring a stable financial position for HCC. And it goes on and on and on. So you've done great in 9 years because of his strategic leadership and commitment to improve and expand partnerships between HCC and local, regional, national businesses. Dr. Maldonado established the Chancellor's Business Champion Council. And whereas through his vision, he helped transform HCC into a one-college system, focusing on improved outcomes and making the college more adaptable and responsive to change. Whereas Dr. Cesar Maldonado's distinguished service has been acknowledged by many significant groups, including congratulatory resolutions passed by Texas House and Senate during the 88th Texas regular legislative session. And whereas the HCC Board of Trustees confers upon Dr. Cesar Maldonado the title Chancellor Emeritus, resulting from his distinguished service to HCC during over 9-year tenure. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Houston Community College Board of Trustees acknowledges the leadership and vision of Cesar Maldonado, PhD, PE, and expresses its gratitude for his esteemed service to the Houston Community College.
Have something. Yeah.
It has been a gesture of appreciation to present the Bronze Eagle to those departing who provided leadership to the college. And today, as we say farewell, we would like to present you, Chancellor, with your well-earned Eagle to say thank you for all you have done for HCC, our students, and our communities. I'm not through reading. I ask I ask my colleagues to join the Chancellor in front of the dais along with his beautiful wife, Dr. Liz Maldonado, as we present the resolution and eagle. We also want to express our appreciation to Liz for standing with and by the Chancellor's side. We know that there were long days and nights as well as interrupted plans because of the Chancellor's dedication. So we present to you this bouquet of flowers to say thank you for the support over the years. Thank you. I will. It is my pleasure to acknowledge Dr. Maldonado for comments.
Thank you, everyone. It's very touching. If I'd have known this, I probably should retire every year and then come up. As I was preparing for today's meeting, the last meeting that I will attend as Chancellor, 244 meetings, perfect attendance. There should be some award for that. I thought about the journey that we've shared together. And I've received a lot of recognition. It's very humbling, but it's the team that brought us here. The team that walked next to me, that all walked together. It's been an honor to have been part of this institution during some of its most pivotal moments. Together, we've seen successful completion of capital projects, as you heard, under budget, of well over $500 million by the time we're done, and we're still actually spending some of that money because we've done so well with it in our use of it in the projects and the interest we've earned. And we've weathered the storm, literally, through Hurricane Harvey, through Winter Storm Uri, demonstrating our resilience and commitment to this community. The team we have is second to none, and I'd put them up against any team in higher ed in the country, college and university. Mike Edwards was calling into the daily meetings during Hurricane Harvey while he was in a shelter center in Dallas. He'd got airlifted out. That's the type of commitment we have from the leadership team. In the span of my tenure, we've navigated the complexities of redistricting, and through 5 legislative sessions, achieving special appropriations when no one else was getting any, and expanding our service area most recently, which might not seem like much today, but it will lead in the years to come as a very important addition to our service area. We have been through a SACS decennial review, a rigorous process which proved our dedication to maintaining the highest standards of education by having no findings. That doesn't happen to large urban institutions, and certainly didn't happen to us by accident. We have improved our credit ratings, and today we boast the strongest reserves in the history of the college. Our foundation has delivered phenomenal performance, most recently delivering a $20 million capital campaign 16 months ahead of schedule. And so far this year, over $2.5 million to students. The foundation continues to invest in Houston's future. We've expanded our relationship with businesses. I can go on and on about our successes that we've had in those areas, but most importantly, we've had notable improvements in student performance across many areas. We have reduced the time to graduation for new students by 1 year. And we were recently ranked the #1 college for student success by the Texas Success Center, receiving its Rodeo Award. Yet amidst these towering achievements, my pride in attending the 244 meetings without missing a single one pales in comparison to the pride I felt earlier today. Today is the college's instructional service day. I was reminded this morning of the true heartbeat of the institution. I witnessed our passionate, committed, and dedicated faculty who year after year, regardless of the external challenges we face, deliver on our promise of providing a rigorous, relevant education. While milestones and figures are important, it's the people who make the difference. What truly reassures me as I prepare to bid you farewell is knowing that the future of this institution is in the hands of such devoted individuals. The faculty, the staff, all the employees, the leadership team. You've all made every challenge surmountable and every project feasible and every day memorable. To the Executive Council, we spent a lot of time together. You're a solid leadership team. The essence of the council's strength lies in its shared objectives and goals, with the unified approach built on views of several experts and our own learning and maturing. We have a book club, and we talk about the books we read. The Medici effect shows us that the innovation does occur at the intersection of different fields and cultures. The fifth discipline teaches us that a learning organization remains adaptive, forward-thinking, and committed to continuous improvement. Be Our Guest, which emphasizes creating a culture of exceeding expectations, helps us ensure that students, faculty, and staff always have exceptional experiences. A message to Garcia, which reminds us that initiative and perseverance, along with taking action, are enduring elements of true leadership. Why leaders can't lead guides us to understanding our challenges, thereby enabling us to break free from the traditional constraints and lead to authenticity and vision. And finally, influence without authority gives us a blueprint for fostering collaboration and shared goals across the entire college, being one college. This unified approach ensures that the institution is managed and led with vision, adaptability, and effectiveness, and putting people first. I'm immensely proud of what we've accomplished together, but I'm even more excited about what the future holds for all of you. As I take my leave, I do so with the utmost confidence, knowing that I'm leaving our students in great hands. Thank you for the honor of serving alongside you. It's been a privilege. Farewell for now, and let's toast to the bright future of our beloved Houston Community College. Thank you.
thank you so much for those words of wisdom and knowledge. And now we know that the time is far spent. However, we will recess the meeting briefly for a reception in honor of Dr. Maldonado and his service to the college. So I know one of the trustees said, the reception, we're having a reception. I know, wait. We know, the reception. So the meeting is recessed at?
6:05 p.m.
And then we'll continue with the regular meeting. So thank you. Please join us for a reception next door. Thank you. The regular meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees is reconvened at
6:37 p.m.
Due to the time, we will forego their district reports. On behalf of the trustees, thank you to the administration, faculty, staff, and community leaders in partnerships to make HCC Houston's community college. The meeting schedule for the board meeting in September will be adjusted as follows. Committee of the whole meeting will be September 13, 2023. Special meeting proposed tax rates will be September 13, 2023. Special meeting board workshop September 27, 2023. The regular meeting will be September 27, 2023. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, second floor auditorium, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. Birthday recognitions. We take this moment to express a happy birthday wish to Dr. Maldonado, 21, who will celebrate his birthday on August 29th. We hope that you have a marvelous birthday celebration and wish you many, many more. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Maldonado with the chancellor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My report this month begins with announcing to the board the hybrid work policies. As the board knows, we've been working on developing a plan to bring a leveling impact on the in-person versus remote work. We've been studying what others are doing. We've assessed our own workplace culture, used our own workplace culture assessment to underscore the things that are valuable to Houston Community College and our environment. We have established the hybrid work of the future culture lab, again affirming the importance of ongoing workplace flexibility. And the direction that I have given the leadership team at Houston Community College is that the standard workplace we're moving to is 100% in person, and then based on exceptions that are approved by the division chief, either a vice chancellor or a college president, that those can be returned to remote. In some areas, we have exceptional performance through the remote model, as we've heard from Dr. Edwards at Northeast, and in other colleges, we see improved performance with in-person. So we are a large system. We are one college, but we also need to listen to what the data is telling us. So I will provide the board more update on that information that goes forward. So that's beginning September 1. All employees come back to in-person, and then based on exceptions that are approved by vice chancellors and presidents, parts of our team will begin hybrid work. Faculty will continue to work as they are in the multiple modalities, and there'll be no prior approval needed there. So they will continue to work as the students expect us to serve them. The total continuing education credentials award has increased for us, if you see the data up here on the slide. And under the new funding formula, Texas is recognizing the value of workforce credentials in our non-credit careers. We have had data for quite some time about the value of these credentials, but we're reporting to the coordinating board now for the first time, and it will enter into the funding. Our faculty and staff have been working continuously to recruit into these programs and support students in their success. As you see in this illustration, we have credential growth in the last 3 years of a total of 18% in the credentials that are awarded between 2020 and 2023. The percent of CEU students awarded occupational skills and institutional credentials has also seen a growth rate, mostly from 2020 to 2021. We see the growth there from a 13% to 22%. Among the most frequently earned CE credentials are HCC's Basic Peace Officer with 449 students awarded in 2022, Commercial Truck Driving with 402, and a Certified Nurses Aid Program with 249. As it's important to note that our Resiliency Center, the ROC, is going to be a new pipeline for students for occupational skills and institutional credentials, where we will recruit and train community members in resiliency that will result in institutional credentials, eventually converting some of those to 4 credit and leading to workforce certifications and associate's degrees downstream from that. It's a great opportunity for us to grow in areas that have large populations that exist within our service area without a high school diploma. Yesterday, Excelencia in Education announced the finalists for the 2023 Examples of Excelencia. The recognition is given to 19 programs across the country that intentionally serve Latino students in higher education with culturally relevant, evidence-based practices. I'm proud to announce that Houston Community College's Eagle Promise program is one of 5 finalists in the associate level category. The Eagle Promise program aims to remove financial barriers for students entering HCC directly from high school. The program assists students in accessing a quality education immediately after high school to keep them on track to obtain a 2-year degree within 3 years or less. In the Houston area, Latinos make up most of the young population. However, they have not been able to attend college at the same rate as their non-Latino peers. Goals for the program include ensuring at least 50% of students in the program transfer or receive an award within 3 years, encouraging at least 60% of Eagle Scholars to enroll full-time, and assisting Eagle Scholars with their persistence, specifically aiming for 75% of Eagle Scholars to persist from their fall to spring semester. At this time, I want to invite Faculty Senate President David White to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report.
Chancellor Maldonado, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, I seem to be getting my steps in today coming up here. So this is a night of saying farewell, not just for the Chancellor, but this is my last time to address the board. I am standing down. If we had been a little bit faster on the Indian cake, I would have been delighted to introduce my colleague, Dr. Dejan Grigsby, who will be assuming the office of the presidency on Friday. Unfortunately, she has little ones at home, and so she had to depart. But I assure you, you will be in good hands. Dr. Grigsby will end up being a better president than I ever was. I'm just going to say that out loud, and we can come back later and evaluate. The Senate itself has been very busy. And I know you're saying, what can the Senate be up to in the summer? We've been up to a fair amount. We have been very active in attempting to work with the board chair, and I do regret that Dr. Lindsay Gary was called away. We miss her greatly. And we have been attempting to seek clarity and guidance as to the process for the next steps forward, and we look forward to continuing to work with the board for the good of this institution's future. To that end, in May, I did something somewhat unusual. I called a board workshop. I called a Senate workshop. Y'all have board workshops? We had a Senate workshop. I called a committee of the whole meeting. We met at the West Houston Institute, and we spent the day analyzing transformation. And we were very thoughtful. We said, okay, look, this is not a time for us just to talk about everything that's wrong. We need to figure out what has gone well. Because as this institution moves forward, it's not just, well, we're going to transform, we're going to throw, no. We have to identify things that work well, because if something is working well, Why fix what's not broken? So the Senate met for the entire day, and we broke into work groups, and we analyzed the facets of transformation one at a time. And we disagreed with each other, and we attempted to reach consensus. And once consensus had been achieved, we began to collate our results. And the end result of this work will be in the inbox of board services later this evening. We have produced a position paper on transformation. And I'm not going to give the spoilers away. I'm not going to even give the executive summary. I'll just say there were good things, and we highlight those in the paper, and we are grateful for all the good things that transformation has done. But we are not sparing in our criticism of things that may have gone off the tracks a little. Because there's good and there's bad, and we attempted to analyze these things because we feel it is absolutely important when this board moves forward that it knows the faculty perspective of, look, we're the ones who are interacting with the students. We know when things go wrong, we're the first ones to see it a lot of the time. Here is our perspective. Here are the things that worked well. Here are the things that did not. And we respectfully ask that the board give consideration to this document. You wanted a path forward. You want to know how to make things better? We're going to give you some ideas of that. And again, that will be in board services mailbox before the end of the evening. Copies will also be distributed to the Office of the Chancellor for distribution for the members of the CEC, and the document itself will be posted on the Senate website, hccsfacultysenate.com. And on that note, this is the second time I have served as Faculty Senate President, and I will be absolutely blunt. There are times I said, you know what, why did I do this? There has been a lot going on. Some of it has been very, very good. We continue to appreciate the board's support of faculty compensation. We continue to appreciate the board's support of the Belichick-Orman auction. November 3rd, the theme is Back to the 40s. Please mark it on your calendars now. There is so much more work to be done, but the realistic fact is there are reasons why Senate President's terms are just 1 year, because it is an exhausting job. And to be absolutely honest, I love being in the classroom. It's the one job where I know I can go to work in a terrible mood, and I can come back, and I'm in a good mood because I'm doing what I love. I'm working with the students. And so I thank the board for their indulgence. The Senate will continue to look forward to working with this board and with the administration. And for now, goodbye. This concludes the Senate report for August.
Thank you, Mr. White. Madam Chair, the United Student Council President report will resume in September. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We will go back to the approval of the minutes. So board members, with your permission, let's do approval of the minutes. We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance, Committee of the Whole, External Relations Committee, and special meetings on June the 7th, 2023, special meetings on June 10th, June 14th, regular and special meetings on June 1st, special meeting on July 11th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for June and July?
So moved.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, we are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for June and July of 2023. Voting is now open.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. And now we will continue. Hearing of citizens. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board of Trustees office, or the Board Services office. Do we have any?
No, there are no citizens signed up.
No citizens. Thank you. We will move to the consent agenda. Please note that item number 8, acceptance of donated item by Immerse, has been pulled from the consent agenda by the administration and will be presented for consideration or at a later date. Are there any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion? Trustee Wilson?
Is 17 on the agenda, or since it was voted down, it's off, right? Okay. Well, I'd like to pull number 19.
Items? Items 17 and, no, item 17 was not approved. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda without number 19?
And 8.
Oh, you said 8? Said 8 and 19?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear 8. Okay, 8 and 19.
Madam Chair, it would be items 8, 17, and 19, since 17 did not come out of committee. So the consent agenda is approved with the exceptions of items 8, 17, and 19.
And 8 was pulled by the administration.
Yes.
So 19 is the only one that needs to be set aside for separate discussion.
Right, okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Second.
Second.
Now ready to vote on the consent agenda without number 19, with the exception of number 19. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. We will now consider item number 19. Is there a motion?
He pulled it.
Okay.
Really? Really?
Okay. At this time, we will recess the meeting. The time is
6:55 p.m.
Is the meeting adjourned?
No, we're recessing
Okay.
for a few minutes. Thank you. We are now reconvening at,
6:57 PM.
okay. Due to a lack of quorum, we will not be able to continue these items, so, until a later date that we have a quorum. So I want to thank you for your patience and also for working with us. So, board members, as soon as we have a new date, we will inform you. So thank you.
And Acting Chair, are there any report items we can move through while we're here, or we need to just move everything to a later date? Oh, okay.
No report items. They're all action items.
There's a report from the foundation. This is filed, no presentation.
We don't have a
Got it.
quorum.
All right.
So thank y'all so much. Thank you. And be careful on your way home. And again, thank you for all your support. Have a good night.
For the record, the meeting adjourned at 6:58.